Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grimm, and today we will be playing Tangle Tower, the second game in the Detective Grimoire series. We played the first game pretty recently, and the third game's gonna come out this year, so we need to finish up this game before the third game comes out. It's pretty short, like the first game as well, but it is about twice, maybe even 3 times as long, so hope you're looking forward to it.
You ready, Sally?
Grimoire, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
Just checking.
Do you have the map?
I was taking extra long during my setup, so I probably did have the app open for 7.5 minutes. That's why I'm laughing.
Yeah, but it's basically blank. Did you read the case file? What do you think?
I'm not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on. Did you read it?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
Case file. Murder victim, FREYA Fellow. Died whilst painting a portrait of Flora Fellow. Location, Flora's Tower. Flora was present and she was posing for a portrait. FREYA Fellow was found lying on her back with a single stab wound on her chest. No weapons found at the scene, but the subject of Freya's unfinished painting is holding a knife. The red color on the tip of the knife is not paint, it was discovered to be blood.
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune. Toot, 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 toot.
Please don't do that.
Cute. Cute. There's Freya, the murder victim. I've never seen her full artwork before. It's nice. Very artsy with all the paint all over her. The garden.
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is it working?
No.
Damn it. Now I remember why I love this game so much. Alright, here.
It's a statue of some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster
Playing a harp.
playing a harp. Hang on a second.
Yep. We already got a puzzle.
This isn't just a regular statue, is it?
Something tells me we're not gonna solve this just yet.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Here's what I like about this game. You're not gonna know the answer to these right off the bat.
Let's
So-
come back later.
You just gotta keep in mind.
It must do something.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Harp statue. An old weather statue of an amphibious creature holding a large harp. Symbols are engraved on each of the harp's 4 column segments.
It's a stone carving. Wonder how it got cracked.
I think it's supposed to look like that.
Like an egg.
It's an egg.
What animal is that?
Hawk. Bear. Lizard.
The chimera or griffin? I don't know.
Right, of course.
I said either chimera or griffin? I don't know.
A hawk bear lizard.
Hawk bear lizard. Rolls off the tongue. Can I get it off the
It's
bat?
full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
Any fish in there?
Not a single one. Although there is something in there.
It's a cassette tape.
You can.
Used to be.
It took me ages to find this fucking thing. Oh man, I'm glad I remembered it.
It's a bandstand.
Bit small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand.
Fucking just spazzing out in place. I respect one-man bands. They're so cool. With all the instruments on there. You know how hard it is? Like, do that? Period? Because... Fuck, I can't talk. Like, for any drummers out there, remember how hard it was to coordinate your hands or your legs to the rhythm and do multiple limbs at the same time whilst keeping different rhythms? Think that, but for more instruments with more body parts and control them. Like, it's insanity.
Oh.
What?
Oh. There's an O on the floor.
Oh yeah. Tangle Tower.
Twir.
Twat. Twat.
Little bird feeders.
How do you know they're for birds?
I don't.
Looks like someone tried to chop it down, but then gave up.
Can you blame them?
For trying, yes.
Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
No, I think he'll just silently judge us.
Yeah, I love the little comments in this game.
Ah, there's a heart engraved in the tree. I didn't know people actually did that.
PPFF.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Oh, I
Is
didn't
that
know
an
people
envelope?
actually did that.
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there. Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
Eh,
No, definitely.
but we're detectives. It must be done. Open letter. Main entrance. The envelope has been ripped open. There is a single piece of paper inside. The combination is drawn on the other sheet. Once you have it memorized, destroy it. I do not agree with your reasons. You will not find it down there. Find what? Oh, and this piece of information. Tangle Tower, a small painting on a scrap of paper. A few notes have been written on the back. Nowadays, it goes by Tangle Tower, but it's actually a pair of towers connected by a mansion at the base of the tree. It is surrounded by a circular lake. The water is an unusual mix of colors. The lake is enclosed by sheer pale cliffs. They're too steep and smooth to climb. Tangle Tower is currently home to both the Fellow family and the Pointer family. Pointer? Oh. That I forgot. Anyways, ring the bell.
Should we ring the doorbell?
Of course.
Why would we not? It's a little melody.
The second melody we come across. Interesting. So we're supposed to go inside, but...
Let's head to the crime scene first.
Alright, never mind
It's
then.
at the top of the west tower, I think.
So on the left.
What is that?
Family tree.
I think it's a family tree.
We have Lord Fellow and Lady Fellow having Selena Stone. Wait, no. Damn, Lord Fellow was busy. So Lord Fellow and Lady Fellow had Flint and Felix Fellow. Oh, yeah. My head hurts. Felicia, the Freya, the Fifth, the Fiona. Damn. My brain hurts. Richard.
Richard Remington.
Oh my god.
The one and only.
Wait.
Primrose
wait, what?
Remington.
I always liked the name Primrose.
Me too. It's so nice.
Do you think she still lives here?
Flora Remington.
I think she's mentioned in our case file.
Holy shit. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't... Of course I wouldn't know that. I never played the first game. Ah, fuck. And then Freya's dead. Oh shit, I didn't want to leave. It was Freya, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm remembering correctly.
This one has a big P.
That's probably important.
How very perceptive of you.
A big letter F.
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion?
I mean, if you have a mansion, why wouldn't
It's
you?
a big glass tube filled with water.
There are weeds in there. And sand.
It's an aquarium?
Could be. Except there's nothing living in it. Anymore.
Interesting.
A door.
Oh, what's behind it?
A room.
Fuck no. Alright. Let's go up the fellow tower. Really? I can't use my scroll. Really? Whatever. Anyways, you gotta go all the way to the top up here. Flora's Tower.
The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back. There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle. No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
Lying on her back, single stab wound on her chest. No weapon was found at the scene, but the subject of Freya's unfinished painting is holding a knife. The red-colored tip is not paint, though discovered to be blood.
Freya's painting supplies.
Important. Pick that up.
Freya's painting supplies.
Yeah, okay. You only need to do it once. I was just being weird. Pick
Let's
this
take
up
a
as
look at
well.
that painting first.
Alright.
There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it?
Looks
Yep.
that way.
Exactly that. Painted portrait. Freya was unable to finish the painting as she died sometime during the process. Flora appears to be wielding a knife. The red substance on the tip was discovered to be blood. I can't... Is that truly a knife? It has to be. There's blood on it. What else can it be?
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene. And something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
By the way, these like animated background conversations, they're so fucking good. I love them. And look at the art style. So like on the overworld, they guess they're normal, but then while in conversation, they're like giggling around with like two separate frames of... No, that's like 3 or 4 frames of animation, like... Or more, what the fuck? Just have them stand idly. But it gives them so much personality in life. I love it. I love the art style they did for this game. The first game was good. This is fucking amazing. I love it. There's something very strange about how Freya was killed. Flora's painting is holding a knife tipped in blood because it stabbed Freya.
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya. Yeah.
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting, not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Hold on, I'm gonna pause you there. Flora could not have done that. One, too close to the painting. Two, she wouldn't have time to paint it because it looks like she fell back immediately. And she'd be too weak to even stand. And three, why the fuck do you think she would be here right now?
Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right, but it's not actually a knife.
Yeah,
It can't
it's not a knife.
stab.
See any other knives around here?
No.
Case closed.
The case is not
Shut
closed.
the fuck up.
And even if you were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
Unless it's possessed. Ooh. By the way, I'm sorry, y'all. I just had a whole plot come back to me when I started this game, and hey, it just means I can give better commentary. Tangle Tower, an unfinished painting, Chapter 1. I'll call this Chapter 1. Oh, I just got an achievement, and an unfinished painting. Begin investigating Flora's tower.
We're at the top of the tower, right?
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
Good instincts, Grimoire.
A little pot plant, balanced on the window ledge.
It's the only plant in the entire room.
Shouldn't there be two? There's a second one in the painting. Excuse me.
Flora... fellow?
She's
Hey.
mute.
Sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
By the way, I don't even remember she speaks at all throughout the entire game. I think she really is just a mute.
Did you
Well, not-
witness the murder, Flora?
Okay, she's not mute. Is that what we call a person when they don't talk? She does talk. I don't know if she talks during the events of this game, but her husband tells you, oh yeah, she speaks very few words, if any a day.
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now.
The thing is, she's not being annoying or trying to go against you. She just doesn't like talking.
Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora? I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it.
Exactly.
We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
And what about
Freya
yesterday?
was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
Okay.
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried.
Mm-hmm. Now, how it works in this game, you don't really get... or, no, you do get challenges, never mind. How it works in this game, you have 3 tabs. The first initial questions, you ask her about everybody in the mansion. Well, in the towers and mansion, blah blah blah, technicalities. And you can ask her about all the clues.
Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something? Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya? She's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
It's based on how she was killed. Yeah, but we'll find that out in a while.
Anything we should know? Any hobbies besides staring out the window?
Being a badass.
Were you close with Freya? How are you two related? Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire.
What? I don't even think she's listening.
Oh, she's listening.
He just gave you the fucking death glare of the century, man.
Did you ask Freya to paint this? Or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife.
Sorry, have you seen the first Let's Play of Detective Grimoire and the Secret of the Swamp? You know I like doing this as the clues come up. So, check this out.
Is that a gramophone?
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
Yeah, weird fucking
It's
gramophone.
also got a big crack down the middle.
And that's the even weirder part. It's like something split it in two. It plays cassette tapes instead of vinyl records. It's pointed towards the middle of the room. There's noticeable crack running through it, all the way from the horn down to the tape deck.
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is. Ink.
To Freya, the cassette tape has a crack down the middle. There is a handwritten message on the label, to Freya.
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? We could give it a go.
Actually, one second, I forgot.
Is
Egg.
that an egg?
Yep.
An egg with bird feet.
Egg.
It's also covered in gemstones.
Let's open the egg, come
Not a
on.
completely ordinary object.
Whatever, Grimoire.
I think it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
Alright, here's the correct pattern, but it's not just flipped, it's rotated. What you need to do, so that's purple, yellow, or, yeah. Wait, is it the short side with the yellow? No, short side with purple. I need this one, not pink. Then... And they're not even aligned correctly. I guess the lines are scattered everywhere. Red, blue. Okay. Then the short one's red and green. Then this curved one's purple, blue. And finally... Oh wait, so purple to purple. Like that.
Nope.
What?
Did you check the clue on the back of the egg? I'm pretty sure it explains where to put each of the gemstones.
What? There we go.
That's the one.
Hey, not bad.
Yep. So the puzzles are definitely harder in this game, but I like that. I like challenge.
Did it unlock? What's in there?
That's like my only complaint with the first game. The puzzles are way too easy.
Nothing.
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 Well, I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg is a clue, right?
Yeah? What was inside it? Once unlocked, the egg can be opened. It's currently empty. The lining of the egg is a soft, velvet-like material. The egg is supported by a stand made of brass. It rests on 3 string feet with pointed claws. Anyways, let's play some tapes.
It's piano music.
A third melody. You can move this out along. Now listen to this one.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
The fourth melody. God, that's still so creepy. However, we gotta move on.
Locked.
Yep. New mechanic. Anything with a lock symbol over it, it's locked. Sorry about that, folks. Accidentally clicked on my OBS. Basically shook the screen around. But hey, I fixed it. Hello there.
Whoa. Nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick Grimoire.
Private detective, Grimoire.
Really?
You don't even dispute
You're
the
a
sidekick.
detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh, nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the FREYA fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do.
This fucking right. So, what do you think of this bitch?
314 cases solved.
300?
And 14.
Fuck, I'm sorry. That makes it laugh.
Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky.
No comment. I'm sorry.
Fellow
I'm sorry.
is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower. Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, detective.
Shut the fuck up. By the way, that is so fucking funny. He says, oh yeah, she's definitely she's the smartest person here. Because we have a fucking scientist working here. We're gonna go see her next. But it's so funny to me.
It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You fucking serious?
You really think so?
Hey, answer the question. How you get the scar? Answer it. Sorry.
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers is one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite. Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear. But sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
Are you even more mournful? Bleh. Mournful. That's an annoying word.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off.
Probably not important.
You ever see a mushroom that big before?
Not in real life. It's a sea serpent,
It can't be.
turned into stone by a wizard.
If you say so. What happened to its head?
Beheaded by the same wizard.
It can't be sea serpent. It has feet.
A pointless little stone tower.
I don't know. Might be a good hiding place.
Want to play hide and seek?
I could be persuaded.
Fuck, I love this game. It's so funny. Okay. So we have the garden to go to next, but like I said, I want to meet somebody specific real quick.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you, miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no?
Goes
How
you?
come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis? About the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator.
Oh, I'm an idiot. This is Fifi, not Fiona. Fuck. Still though, keep likes to call herself the smartest person in the house. She's not. Hotshot said it was. What's her face? Freya.
Name: Fiona Fellow. Age:
You are Fiona. Fuck you.
profession: amateur microbiologist. Likes: the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes: the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact. Notes: kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
How come you prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent.
So this is Fiona. Fuck you. But anyway, yeah, Fiona likes to call herself the smartest person in the house. I mean, that's Freya. Like, this bitch, she's a fucking genius. You'll see in time. You'll fucking see.
You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro... something or other?
Biologist.
Microbiologist. But it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing.
So she does have a sense of humor.
What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes, however, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Oh.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Good.
Damn. I'm not laughing because you cry. Like, damn. Holy shit, bitch. Oh man, that's depressing. I mean, same, but damn.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I
She
mean,
insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
okay.
Name: Freya Fellow. Age: 19. Profession: artist. Deceased. Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became 1. Increasingly independent, and 2. Increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
Sorry, I'm sorry for laughing so loud. I'm so. It's a fucking grimoire going. Staring off to space going,
Name,
Fuck off.
Haksha. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard.
Fuck, why is she so funny?
Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession, unknown. Likes, unknown. Dislikes,
Unknown.
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
And how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond.
Sorry about that. What the fuck? Somebody was banging on my door. She did suffer a great loss, but it wasn't a family member.
What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
Aww. Aww. You know, y'all, I purposely record either early or late so that people don't mess with me while I'm recording. Surprisingly, doesn't work every time.
I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell.
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene,
Apart from the one in the painting.
which as a mere abstract representation does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife.
Damn. Spitting facts, though.
The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are?
Shut up.
This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right, but why?
I do not know why.
Mm-hmm. Okay, genius.
Curious.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
Wait, why?
Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
Okay, third
What
time we're
made you
hearing
want
it.
to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course,
I mean, when you see blood, you know it's blood.
the gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
Interesting.
Is she laughing?
What the
Is she laughing?
That belongs to my
Fuck.
mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the Grand Hall.
Yeah, what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
Not just that.
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
Can't wait.
Later. First,
It's an illustrated book about birds.
It's been left open. Looks like somebody was halfway through reading it.
Or it was left open for us to find.
Ever so slightly unnerving?
bird book. The ink dip is a remarkably intelligent bird with a very long lifespan, even among avian mistid. Other birds are often aggressive towards it, and the ink dip lives most of its life alone. It has particular feeding habits and usually only eats the seeds of the Tantum amica. My god. Look at that feather. What a weird feather. What a weird plant as well. I feel like I've seen these before.
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
Interesting.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
I mean, that's fair.
What's in those bottles?
I'm not sure. Soil samples? Books about space.
They're relatively untouched.
That's funny.
Books about insects.
Well, theoretically. There's not a single book on that shelf.
Huh.
That's weird.
A book on the floor. Fundamental entomology.
I guess somebody dropped it. Books about geography.
Skip.
Tell me about it, man.
Books about ancient history, I think.
These books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
Good excuse.
Thanks.
Is that a snow globe?
Of sorts. Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
It totally would. I want it. That's so cool. I want to shake it though. A souvenir. Find a Tangle Tower snow globe. That is an achievement, so keep an eye out for that. Alright, it looks like we're gonna have just enough time for one more interview this episode. So let's go floor above. Oh, this is Freya's room.
That painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
a small photograph of Freya's abstract painting. A piece of adhesive tape is stuck on it. Lines have been drawn with black ink around the edges. It looks familiar somehow. But why?
Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
Just little trinkets.
Let's leave them alone.
Oh,
It's a little wooden box for paintbrushes.
To the casual observer, maybe.
that's right.
They're not
Another
real
puzzle.
paintbrushes. Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
So this is actually a really easy puzzle. It has 2 steps to it. First, you must arrange these pieces of paper in a way so that they can be put back together. Just like so. Okay. And then with this, you will be able to read it. Except, that's not how it actually goes. I forgot. How this puzzle actually goes. You can move these around. There's specific order to it. I'm trying to remember. Right. So there's multiple ways to put the pages together, but there's only one truly right way. Oh man, I'm trying to remember now. Ah, this is getting interesting. Ah man. If you ever need a bit of help, click on here.
Nothing.
Did you find a hint on those scraps of paper? It looks like a ripped up jigsaw puzzle.
But I already solved it then. Wait a minute. Was I just being an idiot? I feel like I was. Boop. Wait, no, see? I'm putting them back in a different order this time. Or am I? No. Okay. So there's small, there's tall. Maybe from shortest to longest. No, because look at here. Okay. Blue, blue, green. That. Okay. Damn! Holy shit! I forgot.
That was incorrect.
Each brush has various characteristics. Height,
Height,
bristle
bristle.
shape, paint color, handle color. The information we need is on the paper. Once it's been rearranged, I mean.
I'm trying to think. I don't know. Holy shit. Alright. I know we can solve this now. This is all we need. And I'm pretty sure you just gotta rearrange the papers in a way. I swear to God, there's like a specific pattern that you have to rearrange this into. That you have to think outside the box for. I'm thinking here, y'all. Did I really just make it again? Oh my God, I did. I made the same thing again. Fuck. Okay. Or we'll come back
I'll
later.
Come back later.
I'll think about it. I need to remember.
Drawings taped up on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two people standing together in a garden. One of them's holding a red rose.
A drawing of a man standing with a woman in a garden. He's holding a red rose. A drawing of Fifi. A drawing of Detective Hotshot. Is that really Hotshot? Where's the scar on him? I guess it's a sketch. Wouldn't be too detailed. Yeah, I'm overreacting.
It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
Right next to her bed. Not right next to bed.
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate. It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
I agree.
Not the kind of lamp I choose for my bedroom, but fair enough.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
So dusty in here.
It's a fish, I think?
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark.
You know what? No, we're not leaving. I'm solving
It's
this
a
here
little wooden
now.
box.
To the casual observer.
I need to think about this from a different perspective. I'm thinking. I'm finally thinking properly. I believe. I think. I love the music, by the way, in here. Let's do it. It's so good. So good. Sorry. Okay. One more hint. Give me one more hint. Sorry. One more hint.
Nothing.
Come on.
Did you find a hint on those scraps of paper? It looks like a ripped up jigsaw puzzle.
Oh,
That was
The information we need is on the paper.
still locked.
there we go.
So, the paper jigsaw puzzle shows the position of various characteristics of the brushes.
Yes.
There's a couple of brushes with each characteristic, but only one perfect solution.
Oh shit, I hit my desk. Fuck. I'm thinking, y'all. I'm thinking. Okay. But we're supposed to go with the characteristic. See what I mean? You can totally rearrange this in multiple different ways. But there's only one right way to rearrange it. Okay. I have to guess the corner. Okay. I'm gonna cut here. And I'll be right back. And then once I get a solution to this puzzle, we'll get whatever's inside and we'll wrap up the episode. See y'all in a minute. Oh my god! Okay, I'm a fucking idiot. Y'all, okay. See what I mean? That's why I like more difficult puzzles, because make your brain itch in a certain way. Okay. Look. I'm an idiot. There's only one way to line up the paper. That wasn't the fucking problem. By the way, if anybody was yelling in the comments like, hey, you're doing, I know, okay? Now I know. I just had to think about it for a minute. Look, this is first slot, second slot, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. And each of the slots have only a few characteristics shown that are absolutely correct. So, a short orange brush. This one. Brush with green ink on it, one of these two. A curved brush with pink on it. So it's one of these two. A brush with blue on it, one of these two. Because this is the only other slanted brush, this must go here. And because this is the only blue brush left, this must go here. This is the only curved brush left, must go there. This is the only green brush left, goes here. And this is the only long brush left, so it goes there.
There we go.
Fuck. I'm smart, y'all. It takes me a minute. You gotta think about it in multiple perspectives.
What was in the box?
Please be something.
Just a photograph.
Oh.
Well, most of a photograph.
Ripped photo. A photograph of two young girls. One with red hair and the other with green. So, Freya and Fifi. Okay. The photo has a large piece missing and must have been ripped off. Tangle Tower. I forgot to check this plant.
Freya's plants. They must not need sunlight?
Weird. Maybe they're fake. But today, we're first gonna head to Felix Fellow's room. I always forget their last name, sorry. Ah.
Puffer fish?
Yes. It's also a lamp, for some reason.
A classic.
Sir? Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow at your beck and call.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
Well, I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh, yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Generally speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
Uh-huh. Sure, buddy. So, tell us about yourself.
So, Felix, what exactly do you, do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer/treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the Fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is...
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
Don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
Here's the thing, he smiled, but his tone of voice told me something different.
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of FREYA Fellow. The reason we're here.
We're here.
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate.
Okay.
I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
Something
What have
weird.
you got?
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right, fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know
So
what
who was
to
the
make
first
of it,
person?
To be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
Oh, that's nice. Here's like, he truly does love his wife. Well, I was saying earlier, he truly loves his wife and daughter. He's a good man. He just, you know. So, sorry, I was babbling a bit during the cutscene, but yeah, who? That's the important question. Who was the first set of footsteps? Oh, even is that an important question? I forget. Anyways, what do you think of yourself?
You're the one currently basking in his presence.
Let's move on.
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Yes, been married over 20 years now.
Damn.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has
Oh.
an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know.
Do you two get it on still? That completely flew over my head the first time.
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables.
What?
She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called her.
Aw. Fuck, whenever they do that, it's so fucking depressing. Fuck. What do you think of this
Quite
pick?
the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant because we both wear, you know, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine, supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item, something called the Golden Beetle.
Important.
Honestly,
Important.
It's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Bullshit.
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
Remember the first game with the letter? Remember?
How do you know?
Because I would have heard of it.
Sure.
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but FREYA was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
Fuck. I really hope it didn't just break my chair. What the fuck? We will check out the family tree again, because I completely forgot to look how Freya's related.
My daughter Fiona and her best friend. They grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes. I didn't even notice. No idea. Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects. Not in an evil way, in a good way. That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes.
Everyone agrees. I really want to say what it is, but not yet. Not yet. There's 1 or 2 people that truly know what it is. We'll ask them soon.
Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd.
Does Flora normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
Yeah, that's just in general.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the Fellow family?
Associates.
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And who named it Tangle Tower?
Flora chose the name.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome, is less likely to come back.
That's kind of extreme.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it?
I'm guessing that's why he loves the woman.
What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I found it comforting.
I find it dreadful. I like freedom.
Rather ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history in some way.
Hmm.
But I can't recall.
Wait, doesn't it look a bit like Boggy?
Rather ugly, is years of wind and rain have not been kind to it
That looks
either.
like Boggy. Motherfucker.
Do you know what it is?
It's connected. But that looks like it might belong to Poppy. I'm as confused as you are. Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that.
It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
Look at yourself. You have dad bod times fucking 100. You think this is anatomically correct? Fuck off.
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at. Flora's quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do.
Alright.
A hammock. It's kind of worn out.
I would politely describe it as lived in.
Wait, listen. He's snoring. Okay, I can't tell if he's crying or asleep and snoring.
It's a magic lamp. Can we summon the genie?
If we get really stuck, sure. That's a massive conch shell. Do you think there's a little crab living inside?
I hope so.
That would be so fucking cute.
A little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
I mean, fair enough. Where's your red paint? Painted model. A wooden carving of a man holding a sword. The model has been hand-painted, but the paint is not skillfully applied. Yellow, blue, black, and white paints were found nearby. And what about red?
Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it.
Yep, another puzzle, y'all. This one's easier, if I remember.
What's the deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure.
So, we're playing a game,
We should check that treasure map too.
a partial game of Battleship. So, how this works. You're standing on an island and you need to figure out where that little island is located. To your right, a good distance away is a rock. To your left, right next to you, is a sea serpent. And far away is a tree. And even farther are some birds. And there's only one location where that is at. It can't be here. You might think it's here. It's not. Because look. There's no birds. Here. Found it. H6. To the west.
I did it. What do I win?
Not bad. What was in the box?
More wooden models.
Ooh.
These are a little different to the one on the desk.
painted models. A painted model resembling a child with green hair, a woman with gray hair, a red and white beard, and a broad-shouldered man. Oh, red and white bird. The wooden models have been hand-painted. The paint is not skillfully applied. A pot of red paint and a brush is laying nearby. The brush has some dried red paint on it.
An old wooden mask.
Probably cursed.
Yeah, don't touch it.
A pencil drawing of a mountain on a moonlit night.
Mood.
Okay, that's... I never found that. That's funny.
The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
That's cool. Mirror on the wall.
A little mirror.
Definitely cursed.
It's not cursed. Not everything is cursed.
Everything's cursed. Don't trust anything. Anyways, so that's really it for the east side. We do have the locked rooms, but we'll do that in a minute. I want to go talk to more people. I forget. Is it out front right now? No, it's not around here yet. There's gonna be a point in the game where we gotta come back over here to find something. But for now, let's keep wandering around. In this room, in the music room, is Poppy.
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
While it is the music room, he's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
Horn statue. A shiny statue of a strange creature holding a large horn. There's a noticeable crack running along the length of the statue's horn. Inside the horn and on the ground below are various shards of cracked glass. Similar to paint pots, maybe?
Sheet music. It's handwritten.
That's a lot of notes. Looks pretty difficult.
Probably why they're on the floor. Who plays the violin, I wonder?
It's pretty dusty, so I'm guessing nobody.
Fair enough. You know how young you gotta start playing the violin at to be really good at it? Like fucking 4, 5, 6 at the latest? It's insanity.
Are you a ghost?
Sally! That's rude! Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer. And a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
You can't say that. Fucking pianist. How could you?
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice.
Oof. That's like, I want to learn how to play the piano, but fuck me. I've touched one, but I've never truly practiced. So, you play music for a living?
I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away, definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi... Things are more complicated for her.
She's
What about
inheriting
now?
it.
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer.
Alright, so what about
3.5
yesterday?
hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up.
The
Same as
fuck?
always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way, so I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No, Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
I mean, you don't really have to talk to be in each other's presence.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside.
Okay, he's the one that
Freya
kicked down the
was
door.
lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The three of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library.
So it was
We
Fifi's
were in there
idea.
about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. 2 things. 1, we still don't know who was the first set of footsteps that Felix heard going downstairs. And 2, Penny said it was Poppy's idea to check the blood.
That's me. I'm on a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kind of cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
You would know, Sally.
Between the lips, a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze.
English, motherfucker. Do you speak it? But no, seriously, why poems? Are you doing? She does for all of them.
Gone
Fuck.
drifter, holding fast. Days as shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender? Accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom. Some 4 walls make round a room. Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling. Stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space. With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will.
Huh.
Hard of head, but free of mind, unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be.
Yeah, Poppy. Damn. She knows more than she. I don't know how her artistic. She doesn't know a lot, but her artistic side, holy fucking knows everything.
So there are 2 families living in Tangle Tower?
Mm-hmm. 3 pointers and 5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora is a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the Fellows and the Pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
No idea. There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right angle, perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful.
So no struggle then.
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird. This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
But it's been underwater for a long time. Like,
All right. Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what's in there.
later. Like, look. Look at this thing. Look how dirty, how cracked it is. It has fucking, like, not mold, fucking moss. It has moss growing all over it. Algae. A few weeks ago. It's been there for weeks. Or has it? I don't know anymore. A few weeks ago? Oh, she never said that. It's like Freya planned all this. Crazy.
Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate you? Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
Oh no.
Freya took good care of her stuff. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly.
Oh.
It's stupid.
But we would
So
have
it was
missed out
her.
on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell
Yes.
me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything.
No, it's a clue. I just can't say it because I'd spoil a good chunk of the game.
It was my mother's originally.
So, why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody? What was inside?
Nothing.
Huh.
It is Poppy's, by the way. Do you think she always looked like this? Fuck. Ignore that sentence.
That belongs to Flora, I think.
Yeah, no shit. Fuck. I can't. No, stop it. I'm trying to say more than I should.
I think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring nightmare.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes.
It's from a nightmare. Very, very, very important detail.
Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that? Hey, that's me. Not a
It
bad...
looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
It's perspective,
There's something
asshole.
wrong.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable. Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly?
Oh, how nice.
Be nice.
Look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano.
Okay. God, I want to say more. I want to talk about this game, man.
For globing.
Whoa, that joke of the century. Oh, sorry. I'm annoyed right now because I want to talk about the clues and how good they are. Like, I'm seeing the plot of the game emerging so easily. Oh, hi, big boy. But I'm not gonna spoil it. Not a lot of people play this game, so I want first-time viewers to really enjoy this.
This one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
Looks radioactive as shit, man.
Looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
Hanging baskets. They're so high up.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
I hate it when people do that. I do that. What?
2 inches makes all the difference.
That's what she said. Fuck. Oh my god, I can't stop.
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers. A little chart of, actually, I have no idea what it's about.
We got. Okay. I got it already. This, I'm pretty sure this was back in the lab, wasn't it?
What do you
Interesting.
make of it?
Not a whole lot.
Hello.
Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him.
Hello.
He's a little too big to hide in the bushes. Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
I love this guy.
And why are you so tall?
I don't know.
Oh, that's like a good reaction. I love this guy. He's not funny. I just like his personality. He's cool.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants?
He's so
They're
cool.
all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA. Sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation.
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No. I'm just the gardener.
Huh, interesting.
I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
So
Not
thrilling.
at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
I saw
Let me
Poppy.
guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human. We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. FREYA was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about FREYA, she fell silent.
Not how Hawkshaw described it. Well, I bet they want to make themselves look as good as they
I
can.
like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone. Felix is a contradiction. His
Yep.
loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But
Not
his
wrong.
ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know. She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me. I can tell.
That's the thing. Okay. Can we all agree we feel like that with certain rooms and areas and locations? Like, let's say you go... I don't know, let's say your room. Let's say a family member went in your room and borrowed a book of yours. Immediately you can tell something's off. Well, you can see the book missing. But you can see, like, a few things moved around searching for that specific book. You can see, like... maybe they moved your computer a bit, or they moved a cord, something. You know what I mean? There's like a little something off in an area you like being in. That lets you know, oh yeah, somebody was
She
here.
was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working. Sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. FREYA, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. FREYA brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her. but she was always kind.
He probably releasing the bugs as well.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, it was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see.
I love this guy. I mean, what was Freya doing with the bugs? It's an interesting thought.
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3
Oh,
words
hush
per
up.
sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong?
Okay.
Nice painting. Gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those...
Rarely.
cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation. Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
Yeah, very fun.
It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. How odd. Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form.
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her, after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor. That belongs to Poppy.
So why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
So why is in Flora's tower?
It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it. But it was empty.
Fun story.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean, Bick?
Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried, in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks.
Oh.
Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you, in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done? It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
3 people
Right,
is.
but if she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Checkmate.
Okay, that's smart. Also, I think they're trying to imply that Fitz and Poppy are together. They're not. They're friends. Trust me, they're just friends.
Felix made that? Huh. That's quite sweet, really.
He's a sentimental man. I could see it.
What's with the broken glass?
I don't know.
This is a good example of how things work. I mix that
Listen to
soil
this.
here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gem-stony.
Sometimes, you never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it.
You can't eat it, you look at it. Alright, let's move out.
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
This could be interesting.
Nah. I mean, it is interesting. But I'm not in the mood to do that right now. So... eeny, meeny, miny, this one. Hello.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored.
And what's
We
with the
prefer
hair?
to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
Why do I feel like he's a femme fatale of a noir film?
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
Travel?
Bro.
Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz.
Yep.
He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz fellow.
The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our 2 families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
I mean, that's very fair. I agree with that.
I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
Oh, wait, this jet. I don't know if it's jazzy, and I really like it.
How come?
The song,
That's
I
where he's
mean.
happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day. Watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after
Ugh,
that?
I hate heat stroke.
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed
Damn.
themselves?
Of course. And they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I.
Aww.
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Damn. She did not, remember that.
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, right now?
No.
I don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
Unfortunately, I have one right to my right of me, so that's fun.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do it by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
You know what? Fair enough.
My little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle.
Interesting.
Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental. They're bird cages, but the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
Fancy. Birds in cages. 3 brightly colored birds in a heavy, ornate cage.
A rather magnificent bush. Somewhat cruelly confined to a stone pot.
There's a letter P carved into the side.
Alright. Let's keep interviewing. Wait! Look in the mirror, look in the mirror, look in the mirror. You can actually see the back of her, and then look. If you click on her, the reflection moves as well. Okay. FFB Games, whatever programmer did that, hats off to you, man. That's such a nice detail.
A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
Yeah, that hurts. But she's not wrong. That's the worst part.
I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable.
Oh, 100%.
She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. you don't need to.
No, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it. She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that?
Nope. So she gave us 2 good pieces of information. 1, Flora's bird enthusiast. 2, Professor Pointer hired Hawkshaw.
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
That's beautiful.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her, but she had a way of understanding unspoken things.
Oh, that's... No, that's so sad. Stop it. Stop it.
Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one, too.
Don't you think
Damn.
it's a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
How?
Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input.
Damn.
Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she? Wait, is that me?
Well, they're like, bitch, shut up.
No, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you.
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest.
Sure.
Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Well, only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist. I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though. Goodness me, Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it. Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue.
Sure.
Freya doesn't take very good care of her paints, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian, had her own priorities. I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling, don't you think?
Well, it's unfinished.
It's
Of course
Flora
it is.
that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her.
Sure.
Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable.
Why do you hate her so much?
Terrible.
You recognize it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene.
I forgot about that one.
Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo!
You didn't need to add that grimoire.
Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one, well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew.
Oh, 100%. Artists usually
Very
are.
Nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes.
Oh god. She probably thinks Poppy's trying to steal Fitz.
Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind.
Yep. That's it. I can say what kind? Okay.
Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look.
Oh, 100%. That's literally what he said. So what do you use them for? They're nice to look at.
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest. Tabitha is the most patient.
Ugh,
And Tamara has the
come
best
on.
sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
Fucking bird. What? What do you mean? The poor bird. He loves you. Poor little guy. What? There's something about one of these birds. Something weird about that one. Whatever. And we're gonna end things off here, ladies and gentlemen. But before we do, I want to check one more thing. The family tree. I said we would check
I
that.
think it's a family tree.
So really, Fiona fellow, FREYA fellow. So there's an argument whether she truly was a fellow or not. Interesting. Sorry, I just like checking it to make sure. Fucking Richard Remington. And there's that bird again.
Pretty.
Alright. First off, we need to talk to the last suspect, Professor Pointer, and see his perspective on everything. Before we do though, check this real quick.
You know, I've always wanted one of those.
A mechanical solar system? What would you do with it?
I would look at it.
Yeah, it's just cool.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle, sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
Rotate the 5 planets, the sun and moon around the middle. So you see these little lines here? And you see how we're making lines with the sun here? That's the puzzle. You gotta rotate all the planets around in a way so that you can line up the shadow with all the shapes here. First thing I would do, line up the planets like that. Okay. We'll leave it like that for now, but just know this should be the rough order of things. Almost. Close, but not quite. There we go. That's it.
That's the one.
Hey, not bad.
It's a simpler puzzle, but at the same time, it takes you a minute to register what you need to do.
Did you hear that? Something unlocked.
There's a little hatch underneath? What's in there?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
Well, let's look at it. A golden beetle. Golden beetle. Various research notes and diagrams. 4. Note 4 of what? The golden beetle, named for its exoskeleton composed of a mineral approximately 90% identical to gold, has a lifespan of several years. It fends off predators with a loud hiss, records of over 95 decibels, and by being completely undigestible, this mistid has a somewhat spurious reputation for causing ill fortune to those that see it. This thing's fucking loud.
It's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
It's also daytime.
I was about to say, but it's all the day.
The bell jar. It's empty.
What do people normally keep in bell jars?
Other than bells, you mean?
Yeah. And not like those big bells or those bells that hang off that ring. Well, basically it's one of those little bells, you know, the ones with the wooden stick at the end you shake in your hand like ding 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 ding. Like one of those.
It's tidier than my desk. The notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
It's a chart of the solar system. Which planet are you from, Sally? It's tidier than my desk.
So, even the most well-used notebooks.
A picture frame.
With no picture.
It's a chart of the solar system.
What is it?
It's clearly some kind of large device.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
Pretty.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
Let's at least introduce ourselves before touching his telescope.
Always a good roll.
Yep.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet, and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
Sure. Alright. Talk about yourself.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return, nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the cosmos I say hi.
What about yesterday?
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
What was that tug of fate?
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
I mean, fair enough. Okay.
I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
Oy vey.
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we got
83!
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time, until she marries the gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking ship.
The fuck? Ah, so that's how it is for you. Great.
My Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. She... Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Exactly.
Oh, no, I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
Huh.
Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you.
Fuck you.
A listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end.
Kind of a bitch, you know that? I want to say something worse, but hey, it's YouTube.
He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends.
God, this guy gets annoying. Whatever. Alright, what about Fifi?
Ah, yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally. What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived.
Wow, that's a lot of drama.
Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I've begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did.
So which one
What's that?
There are two towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With Felix, you mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade.
Holy shit. Damn. Okay.
Not exactly a wealth of information, is it?
It's enough.
A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
You're very suspicious, old man.
Is the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature, all the same. Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar. Is this important?
Possibly.
I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar. Pointer property originally, purloined by the fellows. Typical.
God, you're just a ball of negativity, aren't you?
I haven't seen that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends. Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
It sounds like an innuendo, but it's not.
That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put. Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big, red thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
But what's a specific thing, though?
These were drawn by Freya. She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
That's what I'm saying. It's weird. That's such a weird picture.
Poppy's two closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there. This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license.
Damn.
This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know.
Unlike yours, apparently.
Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes.
Why did that make him mad?
Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat it. Makes you wonder why he bothers at all.
To look at it again.
That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage?
By technicality, yes.
So,
But it's
we
a
found
cage
some
that keeps us
research.
alive.
What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first
How
scientist
convenient.
to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
How convenient for you.
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
Yeah, let's do that. We'll explore these in a little bit. Don't worry.
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs. Just outside my room.
But again, second set of
Someone started
footsteps.
banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
Yup. There's just one thing. Remember what Felix said. The first set of calm and collected footsteps going down the stairs. Then a panic set with Poppy going to Fifi's room. And that's when he peeked out the hall. Makes you wonder. Alright, now that we did that, I'm pretty sure we just gotta keep looking around. Why don't we check out some of their rooms? We unlocked Fifi's first. Let's check out Fifi's room first. Very sciencey. Oh my god.
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the can.
That's horrific.
That's even worse.
It's a magnifying glass. A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe.
Oh, he couldn't. You couldn't, Grimoire. I'm sorry, you couldn't. You could
It's
not.
bad.
Barely.
A new suspect! Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise.
Save it for the judge.
God, they're so funny and cute together. I mean, as when they're in each other's presence, I mean.
What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like something Fifi's been writing.
Is it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiments.
What we got here?
Looks like a microscope. A big one.
Can I touch it?
Yeah. Because it's a puzzle.
I'm not sure this is a microscope.
So, it's another puzzle. We have magnifying glasses that have varying amounts that they zoom in on. Or varying amounts of... I don't know what the fuck the word's called. Basically, some zoom in more, some zoom in less. You can see how much they zoom in based on the symbols. Plus, 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 and a minus. So, easiest thing to do. Oh, and the goal of this is to finish with a perfectly aligned key just like this. You might think it's easy, like, oh, just do minus here, plus here. That's not the case. You gotta make them overlap to truly solve this puzzle. You do those first, then you do this one here, no. Oh, it's some go over and some go below. Ooh, yeah, this is a good puzzle. It's not hard. It's just you gotta line them up. You gotta think about how they should overlap. I think I have to leave this one here. 3 goes here, 100%. I believe 1 just stays there. Then this one. Do this. Okay. I might be making it too big though, that's the problem. Ooh. I like the looks of that. Ooh, okay. I'm thinking, y'all, I'm thinking. Here's the thing, this is the smallest, so I feel like the 3 needs to go here. Then make everything else just a tiny bit too big. Leave it there. That would be too big there. Leave that here. I got it. Got it.
That's the one.
Alright, so 3 here, 1 here, 2 here, -1 here.
Hey, not bad.
Whoa! I did
Sounds
it.
like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box. There's a book in here.
What we got? Ooh, secret diary, a well-used book resembling a diary. Its lock was a strange metal device.
Stuff Fifi's thrown away.
You gonna rummage through the trash can?
No, that is quite beneath me, thank you.
He did in the last game.
I give it 5 minutes before you're in there.
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
Oh, it's showing who has a relationship with who. And I don't mean romantic relationship, I mean just who's associated with who. So Poppy and Fitz might be associated with each other. Flora and Felix are, Hawkshaw and Professor are. These Grimoire and Sally are, and finally Penny and the Professor are.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Fifi.
Freya?
Oh, Freya.
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
Weird. Professional Snoop, look at the family tree and the drawing board.
Boxes of stuff.
Oh, that was by the way I was reading on an achievement. That's another achievement you can miss.
A pretty ornate window with a great view of the lake.
Yep.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary natural light. A simple trick, but it really transforms the space. What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like some hope. It's just a bunch of notes about her mic.
I think that should do it for this room for now.
That's a whole lot of books.
Alright, now ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the man, Fitz's room. And oh my god. This is depressing.
It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, "To Fitz, from PP."
Let's hope it's Penny and not Poppy.
An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Me too.
Why?
I don't know.
Dang, man.
It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
Ooh, puzzle time. There we go. I don't know, like that?
Nothing. Still locked.
The tiles have all got that same sun symbol on them.
Those moon symbols in the slots. Are they connected?
Maybe they're connected, but also not connected.
Okay. So you can probably assume where we need to
Let's come
go.
back once we know what to do.
We gotta go to the other side real quick. But let's look around a bit more.
Plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
Doesn't look soft.
Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
Doesn't need to be. It's locked.
Ooh.
It's a combination lock. Sort of.
All right. So I really like this puzzle. This is what I was thinking of when we were doing the paintbrush puzzle. Basically, you take these shapes and you gotta mix them around. You gotta fit them in a certain way to make some shapes. Will they all work? No, unfortunately not. But the ones that do, something interesting happens. Like here, you fit the 3 pieces like that, and you get this shape right here. Now, you only see the shape right here. So here's the thing, it says we need a combination, but look, that shaped leaf never appears again. Even this one, this has a rounded end, this has a pointed end. So we don't need to know the combination, we just need to know what specific leaves we need to find. So next, let's put this one here, this here, and bam. We have the next one. It's not this. It's this one right here. So we have the 2 ends, but we still need the 2 middle ones. Next, let me try... This one's a bit harder. I already did that one. Look for how they should connect. Yeah, I already did that one. Already did this one. Let's see how the red and green could connect. Ooh, there we go. We just got the 3rd one. Teardrop. With a point at the end. Alright, so we had the 1st, 2nd, and 4th combo. We just need the last one. Maybe... Ooh, I think I found it. No, that's not it. This 4th one's a bit trickier. How could this fit? How could this fit? We got that one, that one, that one. Ooh, found it. Like this, and like that. Alright. And with that, we have the last combo. Or the last leaf we need for the combo.
That's done it.
Neat. Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh, that's kind of ominous.
PPFF. Ornate trowel. A metal gardening trowel with a decorative pattern. It has a decorative pattern engraved onto it, and letters either side of a heart. PPFF. I might just think of Foo Fighters every time I say FF. FF.
Quit sulking. Not every room is going to be full of clues.
Cute.
Huh. Neither of these lights have an actual light bulb.
They're just decorative.
Oh, so decorative.
I guess he doesn't like being in his room that much. Or maybe there's just a bunch of light everywhere. Let's go to Poppy's room next. Now in Poppy's room, there's
A
Rose.
single red rose. How very traditional.
Yeah, weird.
Very. Up here is an octopus.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs, not 8.
It's squid then.
Don't say it.
Sextopus.
Sextopus.
Damn it, I'm sorry I spoiled it. I spoiled it. That's one of my favorite jokes in the game. I don't like dirty... Well, I like dirty jokes. I don't like making them a lot, because I find it embarrassing.
Gloomy.
But roomy.
Yeah, I like it. I love the ceiling where it's like draped. That's so comforting.
Various handmade posters.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing.
Yeah.
There's a name for this kind of piano. You know, these ones that stand upright.
An upright piano. Fuck. Even I
Sheet
got
music,
confused there.
presumably for piano.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
Sheet music. The sheet music has been framed and is decorated with delicate old-fashioned illustrations.
It's a metronome for keeping time.
Is it a puzzle? Ooh.
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
Hmm. So... that's it.
That's done it.
I'm gonna be honest. I spaced out when I did that.
What happened?
Little hatch unlocked in the back.
Ever confused how I did it, I guess? I don't fucking know how I did that.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph.
I literally spaced out. I'm like, this one. This one, this one.
Part of a photograph.
There we go. Ripped photo. The ripped photo shows a young girl with blonde hair and pink clothes. The girl in the photo is using a bright pink cassette player with matching headphones. The rest of the photo shows Fifi and Freya. It was hidden in Freya's room. That nose looks very familiar.
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something suspicious.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
Later, I want to keep looking around.
Ah, yes, a giant symbol drawn in chalk on the floor. Always a good omen.
It's an eye.
An eye for an eye?
It's the bed of a vampire.
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back. That is the bed of a vampire.
I thought
this is a vampire who needs firm support. Empty. A lamp. It is most definitely turned off. Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there are so many shades of black.
Just a bunch of clothes on the floor. Nothing weird about that.
To you.
Oh, thank goodness, there are 7 lit candles. Wouldn't want it to be dark in here.
I mean... yeah.
Anything in the drawers?
Nothing you need to know about.
Fair enough. That's a ladies'
A
room.
big glass door leads out into a garden. Somehow.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
Now, on this side. Look at that. Here's all the sun symbols. And we already know where the moon symbols go, so we can unlock it.
Something happened.
That must be it. And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress.
Yep.
Various handmade posters.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing.
Hopefully just to look cool. How many clues do we have now? Ooh, nice. Only 8 left to go. You might think we're almost done. We're not. We're not even close. I say 40% through.
It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
So now, we open this up, and we know this is where all the sun symbols go. Simple.
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. Finally, it's open.
Yeah.
Whatever's on the other side better be worth it.
Let's go. Ooh, look at the headphones.
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue. And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
Very different. A slightly weathered statue of a strange creature holding a lute. A pair of earmuffs has been placed upon the head of the statue. These definitely look like noise-canceling ones. A swamp monster? Find 3 statues of a certain amphibious creature. I knew it. It was a reference to... Boggy. I was about to say Goggy.
It's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon.
Giant stone frog. Love it.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Cute.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
4 feathers. The feathers were mostly found resting on the tongue of the large stone frog.
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep for some reason. See those metal bars around the edges too?
Oh yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly.
And on a patch of soil with... Yeah, that's weird.
It's so relaxing. I might just stay here.
Oh, shall I go finish the investigation on my own?
That'd be great.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention in this first episode. Remember the little girl and the detective chief that came with us in the first game? Yeah, they never pop up again. Instead, we got Sally. I guess she was the fan favorite, but who can blame them? She's fucking cool. But seriously though, I do like Sally way more. She just has way more personality than either of those characters. Alright, let's head to the last unexplored room. Penny's room.
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
Let's check it out. Potted flower, a brightly colored flower with an unusual shape. It looks very healthy and well looked after. The soil in the pot looks fresh and moist. It's also an unusual blue color.
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds?
Nope.
Nope. They're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay, so let's do some color theory, shall we? So first, we'll start with blue. Fuck, I'm not colorblind. Blue and yellow to make bright green. With green and white, you make a lighter green. And with green and red, you combine all primary colors to make brown. That's the basics of color theory with paint.
I got it.
I'm impressed. Did the door open? What's in there?
What is it? Now I'll get her. Crumpled paper. A ripped piece of paper crumpled into a ball. Red flower petals were found inside. A message is angrily scrawled onto the paper. Now I'll get her. The flower petals originate from red roses, growing from the rooftop garden.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them. A little bedtime reading?
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and...
What?
This one appears to be both.
Nice.
Nice.
A little tea set. Looks recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
I don't know whether that's cute or sad.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence.
basically explored everything in here. Now. I'm trying to remember. There's one specific item I need to get. But I'm trying to remember when it appears. I think we're gonna have to keep talking to everyone first. Alright. Why aren't you telling
I need
us?
to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
Bullshit.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
The ripped photo.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Yeah, I think it's the pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it.
With the other ripped photo. No. That's one, yeah.
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
Alright. We'd like to ask a few more questions. Fitz.
Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way.
That was really sweet, actually.
Eavesdrop what the stars are saying, earthly tether, slowly fraying, floating helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet.
Yeah, I've been snapping the whole time, just going like it's some poetry reading. What about your cousin?
Feathers flashing in the light from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage.
Okay. We got a whole bunch to ask you about. What about the
you've
potted
been to
fruit?
the greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive, I guess. But kind of unsettling, with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time.
Woo! Sorry, y'all. But yeah, it's quick. I'll leave it in.
Yeah, he does that. I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective. You get some weird insects around here. I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
FREYA might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Why?
For fun, obviously.
Fair enough.
Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
I mean,
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd
Also-
tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it.
with a journal or a diary or anything like that, you shouldn't really read it without permission. It just partially for formality, partially for being the right thing to do, and partially because they get pissed the fuck off. There's also just some things in there that should never be read by other people. Do I have a journal? No. It's my experience when interacting with people with journals.
Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah, I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh. Never seen him use it. Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
Special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told FREYA and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, FREYA was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was FREYA any good?
She would have been even better than me, if she'd stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
Can you play a tune
Can
for
you
us?
play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
Keep that in mind. Another melody.
I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belonged to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones, like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. I can't remember exactly.
Interesting.
I see a
Keep
lot
that in
of
mind.
birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet. Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No, we found it in Penny's room.
Right. Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual.
They're normal rose petals from the bush in the garden on the roof. Alright. We'll come back later. A poet and a pianist listen to Poppy's poems. So basically listen to all what she thinks about every person here. Okay, I'm trying to figure out where are the last few clues. Whatever. Let's go talk to Penny next.
Bird diagrams. Hand painted.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff.
Hello. What do you think about your father?
Can't say I've ever taken an
your uncle.
interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion, I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
He's
Come
not
look at me.
wrong.
You're the one who memorized it.
Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I... Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Ooh, a secret diary.
That's our guess, too.
Excellent. Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right.
He's like, of course.
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? Thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her. I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea.
Funny.
Lovely. Lovely.
The fuck?
There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question. Yes, it's my... my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape
Look at
of
this
it?
part.
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
If you don't get it, it's supposed to look like her.
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
But seriously though, look.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Later. But yeah, look. Look at her. Look at Penny. Oh, that's a cool. Anyways, look at Penny. Look at the flower. Her hair, the wings, the part of her dress. And she called herself vulgar. Anyways.
Does this count as being outdoors?
Yeah. No. Doesn't matter.
Hello. So.
Yeah. We found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
Evidence of a red rose.
That's not right.
Wait, evidence of a red rose. Do I have what I need? Oh.
We'll get to that later. That's not right.
Hold on. Oh.
That's not right.
Evidence of a red... What do you mean evidence of a red rose? Okay, wait.
That almost makes sense, but it's not right.
Do I even have it? Of course I would have it. This is nice music. Aha!
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
Yes.
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
So. One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz. And distract them. Hold on. Almost. That's almost it. Yeah, I think spy on. And it didn't work and steal money from because they were planning a murder and steal evidence.
One of Penny's birds was used
Yeah,
to
that's not
spy
right.
on Poppy and Fitz and distract them. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
I don't think it's a distract. But it didn't work. Right?
One of Penny's birds. Almost. Maybe just change.
Evidence.
One of Penny's
Evidence?
birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
We have it right here.
Let's take a closer look at these.
Alright. Was left behind.
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You
don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
Yeah, it really isn't. I think it's like, oh damn. Alright. Let's see. Who should we interview next? I have a feeling Fifi will know something. Today we're gonna start by talking to Fifi. What do you have to say about Fitz?
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife. That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is?
Yeah, can you see what happened? She saw Fitz taking the ornate trowel upstairs, not with a blade.
Felix Fellow. Age, 53.
Damn.
Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No? Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the 2 possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct.
Damn. Wow. Oh my god. How is this game funny and heavy at the same time?
Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me. Name,
I mean, he's a
Penelope
dick,
Pointer.
so.
Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes, Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her.
Aww.
Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
Oh, that's great. That's good.
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
Interesting.
I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever. There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz. This photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third.
That's why. That's why she laughed.
Laughing?
She was laughing at Poppy's old appearance.
A wooden
Nice.
carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint.
Because it's right here.
It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya? Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be? The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends.
On what?
On the structural integrity of your teeth.
And stomach.
I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh.
Now this
Fair
is
enough.
interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah. You could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh. You wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate. A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
I fucking love that.
An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never
of
graced me
Freya.
with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But...
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
Is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
So funny.
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues.
What? Why does Fifi and Penny have the same reaction to that? Like, damn, take a joke.
What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds. I think.
My argument stands. It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what. Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next!
Yeah, that was the last one.
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Alright, let's ask her.
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10
So, there are secrets written in here?
and... This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
I'm sorry. Cessant's being annoying. It's Fifi's diary. She has written it. It's somebody else's diary. It's not a diary at all.
It's Fifi's diary, and she has written in it.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
Someone else's diary.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
Let's see, let's see, let's see, let's see. Okay. Strange metal device. Wait, no, not. Ooh, I don't know. Wait, fuck, I forgot. Something to compare directly with the secret diary. The bird book?
That's not it. That kinda makes sense, but no.
It's Freya's. That's the thing. Oh.
That's not it.
No. I thought a star. Got it.
Let's take a closer look at this.
I just remembered. Look at the book she's holding. This blue book is somewhat similar to the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
This blue book, almost, maybe just. This
There we
blue
go.
book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Let's see why. Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something...
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
Alright, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
Secret diary. It's back, in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple. Compared to the harp, I saw them, all 5, eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company. The fuck does that mean?
A book. My book.
Book.
Pages.
Okay. I want to read that again. So this is from the perspective of Freya. It's back, in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Okay, it's talking about the red painting. Her nightmare came to life. How did her nightmare came to life in the flesh? Is there something that looks similar? Something alive that looks similar to the painting? Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them, all 5, eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company. So maybe Penny? Because she needs company. The harp opens something to the middle. Soulbearer works. It's something we need to find still. And something about her painting. Again, doesn't this look like something we've seen before? Alright. Now, let's talk to Hawkshaw. Why not? They could be useful. I forgot to check this
Is
out.
that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock with 4 faces.
Ah, there we go.
I'm
Okay.
guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
So, there's two parts to this puzzle. This is supposed to help spell out 12. This helps spell out 9. This helps spell out 6. This helps spell out 3. However, when we move one of these, it moves the adjacent one. So what you need to do... Okay. Here's 6. Got it.
Nope.
Huh?
So moving any of the hands turns the adjacent hands into like cogs on a machine.
Okay, this is 6. This is 9. Okay, I almost have this. I'm one away from getting all this right. Let me keep looking. Let me reset it.
Reset the puzzle?
Yeah. Oh, that's it. You can do it in 2 moves. So,
Reset the puzzle?
move this 6 here, so 6, 12. Move the 3 here, so 3, 9. That's it.
No, that was it.
Nice work.
Really easy.
What's in the box?
A little tool thing? Looks like a telescope, but I'm not actually sure what it is.
Small lens. A small brass tool with a curved glass lens. It has a screw at the base.
Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious. Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition. No focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely. I'll say this, he's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse, but I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers. In secret.
Whoa, scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting restless. Professor Pointer's a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
Professor Pointer's a respectable astronomer.
Wait, I want to hear that
Keeps himself
again.
To himself.
Look, look, look.
What?
We're just surprised.
That
Oh,
was the
that's
most polite you've been
hilarious.
About anyone.
I find her rather embarrassing, little more than a spoilt child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse. Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite.
Now, the fun part.
Tangle Tower. No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
Huh. I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I was disappointed too. You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint.
Like you do any better, bitch.
Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
That's a no then. Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps?
Most likely. Alright, what about the opened letter?
Conveniently left. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No.
No.
Fuck you! Damn!
Paints.
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one's filled with blood, so yeah.
Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed FREYA must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking. A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
Damn!
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last. You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty yesterday, too?
It was. Perhaps it's always been empty. A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that.
Ah, you don't gotta talk to us like children, asshole.
I admit, it's powerful. FREYA was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference.
When did FREYA draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
How odd, isn't it?
A photograph of FREYA. Could be important. I'd tell him not to quit his day job, but he hasn't got one, has he?
Wow.
These figurines
Brutal.
remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
I'd say it's a fun adventure.
Some breed of amphibious humanoid. Potentially bipedal, although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
Happy he saw Boggy's feet at the end of the last
People
game.
here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stones straight from the earth?
Sell them.
3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would.
Interesting you say that.
Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it?
I have several theories. But they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them.
Shut the fuck up.
A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
This is a potential murder weapon, is it not?
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around. Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree, doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
Nice, Grimoire.
Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange. One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music.
Wow, what a nice sense of humor.
Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Well, fuck you.
Not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves?
And you consider that important evidence, do you?
Hi.
These people really are ridiculous, aren't they?
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself
Yeah,
and
we
I.
make Shut up. Alright, we're done here. I'll come back when I get the last 3 items. Or then, piss off. Alright, 2 achievements. It's my case file and Tangle Tower historian. Talk to the suspects about the first 2 pieces of evidence you have. Which are both the Tangle Tower painting and the case file. So you show these 2 to each of the suspects, and once you showed it to all of them, you get an achievement for each of them.
Glowing gemstone full of plants.
AKA a greenhouse.
It does look like a gemstone, though.
Tools. Used by a gardener. For gardening.
Is that fruit? It's shaped like fruit.
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little too.
Safe to eat, do you think?
I'm gonna say no.
Ooh, radioactive, delicious fruit. Alright. Pointer?
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between
Interesting.
astronomy and biology.
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good. It's good.
I hope it is, man. I hope it is. Alright.
Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they, like, her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not. I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
Well, maybe there is alchemy.
Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it. This is yours, Fitz?
Ooh, he's
Do
mad.
you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course.
Well, he was older at the time, so like a big brother watching their younger sibling get really good at something.
Any idea who this is?
No idea.
I love how everyone agreed, like, okay, yeah, Poppy does not like this phase of her, we'll all forget about it.
Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
That is genius. Which is why I wear headphones outside all the time.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
If you're wondering, people do still talk to me, though.
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone. A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
Bullshit.
Those petals, they,
What?
they're red.
They're red.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her.
It does, doesn't it? Oh, I love this little music he has.
There's
nice.
something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Alright.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
I think it's bullshit.
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
The ornate trowel.
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
An ornate towel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
Let's take a closer look at these.
Look at the soil. Pond soil in Penny's room matches the pond soil found in Fitz's greenhouse.
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse.
Yep.
Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence?
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
Yep.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again, when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil, just trying to keep it alive.
Aww. That's really sad, honestly. He put so much effort to making that flower for her, and she doesn't even know it looks like herself. What a bitch. Alright, next, let's go to Felix, I guess. We're almost done interviewing everyone and asking about their suspicions.
Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two
Has
have an
layers.
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman.
What about Pointer?
Percival Pointer. Good old... So, what do you reckon? See the murderer?
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival.
What about Penny?
Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger. Always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile.
And Poppy?
Poppy's a good friend to my daughter. Always has been. I think they get on well because they're so... different.
Different like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
Yep. That literally is the price for emotional intelligence. Alright, Felix. What about your models?
I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can
Sure.
Do you paint them yourself too?
see. I do indeed. FREYA kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course. I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. Safety first and all that.
What about these?
Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people.
I'm just trying to figure out who the Bluebeard is. Oh, Remington!
Ah, you what?
Yeah, Mr. Remington.
Final touches a little
From the
bit.
first game, I think. Because he had a blue beard, and I think he was going bald, and a big nose.
It turned out to
Am
be
I right?
flora
I
around-
think so.
Now this is still in very good condition. Apart from the crack, of course.
What about those shards on the inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning. That looks like it might belong to Fitz. Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to.
I mean, he's sort of right.
What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold. Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they? I've never seen that before. Looks valuable.
What? Damn, you're a bitch.
I've never been one for music. Why not ask Poppy instead? Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
I think he's just afraid of Poppy finding out he said anything.
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements. But it's not too bad. Might be salvageable.
He just wants to sell the whole house, doesn't he?
Is that a clue? Really?
It might be.
That looks like it might belong to Fitz. Goodness me! Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise.
Alright. Thanks for the info.
There's something about Felix's painting supplies. Something
suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Give me a minute.
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Later. First,
A map with a dotted line and an X marked on it.
That's a very boring way to describe a treasure map.
it is so boring.
It's Earth.
If Earth was made of paper and gave off a gentle pink light. It's a drinking horn.
Is it full of ale? Or mead, maybe?
Right now, it's just full of dust.
Ugh.
Oh. So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
It's not your paint pot.
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to.
Well, if we look at FREYA's paints.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Look. FREYA's blue paint pot. Okay, hold on. Let me look. Exactly the same as stolen and replaced with. FREYA's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
Freya's red paint pot pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from FREYA supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
Are you sure about that? This red paint pot was destroyed, somehow filled with blood. And then locked away.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before FREYA used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked FREYA if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know, perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
Yeah. By the way, did I miss? I feel like, yeah, I missed a clue.
Supposedly, FREYA was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
The palette has a variety of paints loaded onto it. The largest is a blob of black in the middle. The paintbrush is still covered with dried red paint. Well, dried red blood.
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
It's not a knife.
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is. Let's
Look
take
at the
a
feather.
closer look at this.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
Actually, yes. Look back at the painted models.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
Because the ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
The ink-dipped bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
All right. So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally. This is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
In the empty egg.
That we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty. Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait. There's something tucked inside this one.
Flora's drawings. Drawings of Flora and a small bird. There is a handwritten message on the back. These are for you. Love, Freya X. That's so cute. Alright. That is the second to last clue we will collect. What is the last one? Well, first we gotta find the final suspicion from Professor... Fuck. What were their names again? Pointer. Professor Pointer. I'm sorry. Pointer is such a weird last name. I'm sorry. It's hard to keep in my head.
A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary.
Fair enough.
Oh, you found a murder weapon?
Steady on. It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me.
Yeah, because you don't go outside, idiot.
Oh my. This is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall.
Aww.
What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either. I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears?
Whenever I've seen him, yes.
He doesn't want to talk to him.
I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue.
Uh-huh, we've heard that before.
What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field. That's a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
Well now, that is most definitely none of my business.
Yep.
Quite possibly none of yours either.
You said that very, like,
Well,
forcefully.
now, what's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
Yep. Probably not.
Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon?
Oh, hush
After
up.
all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
I guess it's possible.
Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it.
Every astronomy tower needs a telescope.
I want to try.
Have a look. And look at this.
You can see right into Flora's room.
not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle. I can see the doorway. It leads into the hall. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges. I can just about see the gramophone.
But what's this up here?
Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there. Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
Interesting.
There's something about Pointer's astronomy habits. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Yep.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
You're not really interested
You're
in
not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene. Wait. There we go.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen, incredibly rare, valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Yep.
Right.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
Later.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
In a minute, y'all. First, we need to head up to the actual final room. We're gonna investigate the attic.
It's a statue of a wolf, standing up straight, like a man.
Like a werewolf.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
That's even worse. Probably Mr. Remington probably put it up here.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
Ah, lame.
It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh.
I don't like that either.
Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious.
Very.
Where's that light coming from?
Oh, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
You can see right above
Is
the
that
crime
what
scene.
I think it is? Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it
Yep.
is?
Right where Freya got pierced. The clues are starting to fit into. Hey,
Dusty junk.
what the fuck did I say? The clues are finally starting to fit in place, ladies and gentlemen.
What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
And here,
Looks like it might attach to something.
it's the last clue. With that, we got a full menu. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Reel thingy. A brass reel with a screw on the top. Coiled around the reel is a length of fine red rope. And that's all we needed from up here. Last time we finished exploring the attic and getting everyone's suspicions out of the way. And today, we're gonna be finishing showing everyone the last bits of clues we found around the towers. First with Freya.
We met Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Nice try. We spoke to your daughter Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her.
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials? Do you and Poppy get along?
Nothing. Shocker. Grimore, what could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins.
Nice.
What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
You never know. You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your window? Can he see you? We spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume she didn't get anything out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off. Is this your gramophone?
Do you know why it's cracked? Flora, this is your egg? Why do you keep it locked?
Is there supposed to be something in there, or is it always empty?
Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
I really thought she was going to say something there.
This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter?
What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies? You haven't seen this yet, have you?
It's a little model of you. Who were the other people next to you?
Do you know anything about these birds? Or birds in general?
I mean, he had a pet bird she loved, so probably.
Do you know anything about this beetle?
Yeah, most of these she is silent. But anything remotely related to her? It looks like they ask her something about it.
Do you recognize any of these feathers?
She does. Also, can we agree?
I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them?
Probably because of the bird.
Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
Can we agree it's super creepy that out of the middle of that eye probably is where the killer was looking through? By the way, I feel like it's obvious how she was killed now, but there's still a bit of explaining to do, so I'll hold off on it. But the eye really was watching them.
It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes, so we shall. These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it? What is it?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
I mean, oh gosh, she's right, it's super depressing. Next, let's check on Fifi.
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It could only be used for looking at things that are far away. The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer. Freya drew these.
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
But she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
Oh, she did not like that.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
Aw, that's cute. Alright, done talking to Fifi.
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Later. I forgot we didn't do Hawkshaw's suspicions. Alright, let's do top down from the other side now. Do Fetz and lastly Hawkshaw. Hello, bitch.
What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know, but Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
Bro, really? At least give yourself a bit more credit. But yes, it is a clue. All these clues are important for something. That's what I really like about this game. Alright, next we got Penny.
I don't know what that is. Oh, that's rather sad. It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, How sad. Is that for sewing?
Maybe?
We have no idea.
Yeah, we got nothing. Well, they got nothing. I got everything. I love that track. So nice. Next up, we got Poppy. Hello.
Did you find that in Fifi's room?
Nope.
No? Should we have?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think?
Well, actually, she says something your father would use.
Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was for painting Flora?
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do. How sweet. Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
Alright. That was everything, right? Sorry. I spaced out for a split second. Yeah, we really got basically everything last episode. Next up, we got Fitz. Alright.
There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly.
More like what the colors correspond to. Like, what about that yellow glob there? What was that supposed to paint?
Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note on the back, too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized. I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me, 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
Alright, hotshot. You damn hotshot.
The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told?
So annoying.
Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see. What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
Trying to waste our time. Alright, we're
This little
suspicious.
microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense. If you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
Yep.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He's not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
It's not a microscope at
It's
all.
not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
Uh-huh. Well, if you actually know your shit. The handheld microscope is made entirely out of a magnifying lens. Sorry, telescopic lens. So Hawkshaw lied about it.
Handheld microscope. Almost. Maybe just...
Sorry. According to Fifi uses.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens. So Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Aksha,
Yeah.
why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy.
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is
Is
your
dead.
murder victim.
Yep. Alright, with that, we gotta check all the suspicions now.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
No. Let me see. Blood from the paint pot was used to paint over the painted ink dip feather.
Blood from the paint pot. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
Was designed to match
Blood from the paint pot. Almost. Maybe just change.
the red tip of. Okay.
Blood from the paint
There we go.
pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Most likely.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
Very interesting thought there, Sally. Here it is. What I've been looking for this whole time.
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
this is my new friend. He likes music. Simple melodies will move his soul. Best of luck, you two. Freya. A wooden toy of some kind. A layer of dark ink lays beneath a sheet of glass. Yeah. Freya's back from the dead. I think, I don't know.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well?
It's a perfect match.
Mmm.
Oh, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Well, that's great.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Alright. Tangle Tower, Unfinished Business, Chapter 2. Let's continue. Alright, so next, we need to visit 4 locations. First, go back over here and go to these little birds. Birdsong. A wooden toy of some kind, a layer of dark glass, sits lays beneath a sheet of ice. Basically, you'll find simple melodies around Tangle Tower, and each melody will create a different shape. We need to find 4 of these. The first one's there. Second one is with a spell. The doorbell creates another shape. Third, we must go up back to Flora's room and play the gramophone again. Don't play the pink tape, play the waterboarded tape. Oh god, that sounds so bad. Play the drowned tape. Yep.
It's someone humming a tune.
Humming. Create the third shape. It's so creepy. Finally, go all the way back down to the music room. Alright, now we talk to Poppy. Show her the music sheet again.
It's mine.
And can you play a tune for us?
Play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
And with that...
That's all 4 melodies, I think.
So, what do we do with them?
Should we go back to the gardens again?
Yes. I'm back to the gardens. Oh yeah, and the piano was the last one. Now, with these 4 shapes, you must put them in order.
Let's try this again.
With the harp, the very first puzzle of the game.
You know, I think we might be...
I'm sure we can solve this now.
Sorry, I want to see what Grimmar said.
Let's try this again.
Never mind, I'm pretty sure he just said, I'm sure we can solve this now. By the way, if I'm curious whether it is possible to do this at the very start of the game. There it is. Okay. I'm gonna take a photo real quick. If we ever do a bonus video, I want to try that and see if it works or not. Or I can just try at the end of this episode. It could work as well. But we'll see. Anyways, put in all the shapes, unlock this.
Gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
The mouth of the statue opens up.
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
Go down. Make sure you finish everything above ground, including the missable achievement, because once you go down, you can't get back out. Tangle Tower, Chapter 3 underneath. Ew.
Bugs. Big ones.
Looks like they're made of metal. What's in there?
Take a closer look. Ew. Bunch of beetles.
It's a little diagram of a beetle, with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
Oh, look, that one looked like a diamond, like jade. There's like a bunch of different gems.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
Normal compared to these. Oh! Because this one's the gold one.
It looks like they're being boiled. But the liquid is ice cold.
Thirsty?
Nope, not at all.
A cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
Ugh.
I like that you called them rooms.
Yeah, that's cute.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it?
Let's look.
Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
Well, let's see if it works. Now, this puzzle gave me a lot of trouble when I first played this, and it still kind of does, honestly. So, what you'll want to do here... Okay. Basically, you need to connect this key to this lock. And to do so, gotta connect up these pathways in a way so that the lines overlap enough in a way that will allow you to connect all the way to the keyhole. Did I say it was easy? Nope. This one, I would say this is the hardest puzzle of the game. Okay, I'm pretty sure you gotta start here. You can't, this goes above, so it won't work. This is just a little bit too far to work. You can overlap shapes like that, but only so much. I think. Does that work? Pretty sure it doesn't. Okay. There we go. See, it doesn't overlap well, so that won't work. Okay. Wait, that doesn't connect properly in the first place. No. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. It does. I'm going a bit too fast. This one you can't move left or right, so this one truly doesn't fit in place. Alright, let's try this. Let's try it from the other side. Obviously, you gotta start with the blue. Let's try this one. Oh no, we can't do that. Try that. So it can overlap with this one. Connect here, overlap with that. So that I can overlap with this green one. So I can't do that. Okay. Maybe overlap like that. Connects to this one? Yes. Which connects like that. Which can then connect like that. Ooh, to this one up here. Oh. Doesn't work. Great. How about we'll move it to here. Then make this do that. That connects to there. This connects to here. Oh boy, I'm getting it now. Okay. Then this. Just gotta make it connect down there to here. From there. All the way to here.
That's the one.
Oh, damn, that was a lot.
Hey, not bad. Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
Parts 1 through 3 of the secret research. And you can see, this is 4. Secret research. A folder containing research notes and diagrams. 1. Our unique flora and fauna is the byproduct of a number of as yet unidentified chemicals. 2. These chemicals are continually present in the water, forming clouds and filling the lake. This causes a variety of mutations in plants and animals. Smaller creatures such as arachnids, insects, mollusks, amphibians, and crustaceans are the most affected. However, the chemicals may travel up the food chain and cause mutations in birds and reptiles. As far as we know, mammals remain completely unaffected.
Whose research is this? This is some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a
Hey, that's
section
Boggy.
missing.
That's Boggy right there. Look right here. That's cool. Oh.
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who's he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
Let's think about this. Pointer. Wasn't aware the golden beetle.
Pointer wasn't aware. Almost. Maybe just change one thing. Pointer. Nope.
Okay. FREYA and
Pointer. That's not right.
okay, so this one, that one. Trying to breed.
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been FREYA after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down?
Hold
Again?
on.
What a mess.
Any idea what this is all about?
Look closer. I almost missed an achievement. If you pull the papers out of the way, it's like in the first game.
Is that a periodic table?
No, but it does kind of look like one.
What are those symbols?
They're alchemic symbols, mostly based on the planets, the sun, the moon, stuff like that.
Huh.
Like that one.
Reminds me of the chart from the library.
Yeah, that's the chart from the library.
The one from the chalkboard.
Yeah.
And this is the one in the garden.
This looks like it was drawn in a hurry.
Didn't we see those same symbols in
Sorry,
the
greenhouse. So this might be a reference to the third game, the Mermaid Mask. That's my theory on what all of this is. Or it might be another puzzle nobody's figured out. And with that, chemistry or alchemy, find 3 sets of similar research notes. You gotta find the one right here, the one in the greenhouse, and the one in the library to get the achievement.
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Yeah, me
Why?
too.
I think it's a children's book.
Ew. Well, sort of. Look! That's Boggy, and Phoebe, the Ink Dip, the Silver Snake, and the Soul Bearer. Oh! The Soul Bearer! The same as the little crab here, and the same as the one in the Secret Diary. Soul Bearer works. And press the little thing. I have 2 now, need 2 more. Found my way into the middle, surprisingly simple. The laboratory compared to the harp. I saw them all 5, eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best to do with a little company. The middle here. What does it mean, eyes all blocked out?
What's in there?
Does it mean in here? Eyes all blacked out. Ew.
A cracked glass tag. Each one has 1 or 2 inside.
I like that you called them room.
God, it's creepy. Oh, I hate the Scully in the background. But yeah, FREYA was definitely onto something.
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
2 cloaks, and a green hat draped on top for good measure.
Reminds me of what Mr. Remington wore, honestly.
There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank.
No. Rooftop garden, aviary, music room, bedrooms, study?
Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it?
Because look.
The Grand Hall.
What's that thing in the middle?
I think it's that big glass tube.
Except it leads to the study.
This seems pretty significant.
Agreed.
And look at this.
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
I think it's a harpoon. Metal rod. A sleek but sturdy metal rod. It has been stabbed into a photograph. The rod has a curved and pointed tip, like an arrow or the clock or hand of a clock. It has a small loop at the back with a short length of red rope connected to it. Similar, the metal is perfectly clean and polished, as if somebody was trying to hide something. That red rope. Doesn't it look awfully familiar?
So what's the photo?
Damaged photo. It's been framed, but it's slightly damp. The photograph shows a young girl. A large man is sitting next to her. Around them are several red and white birds. A metal object was stabbed into the photo, leaving a hole near the man's chest. Oh. It was Flora's father. Wait a minute, I want to look at that a bit more. Jeez. Brutal.
Do you know who it is in the photo? This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
I believe you're referring to this one.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora?
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is.
Lord Remington.
Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
Grimoire's like, yeah, sure.
A single book on a little makeshift...
This is...
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
Old cardboard boxes.
How exciting.
Oh, but there's more. They're also damp. And empty. Do these puddles worry you?
Why?
That's lake water, but it's indoors.
Ah, I see your point.
Yeah.
Basements don't normally have windows.
We're at the bottom of the lake. We must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty, though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
The Remingtons were hunting something here. And they definitely got to it before we got here.
Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last room.
Let's go.
Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
Yeah.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on, it's pitch black, but I think there's a switch.
Pull it.
A ladder.
Want to go up?
Hell yeah. Now this truly is the last room of the game, I swear. Tangle Tower. The Hidden Heart. A secret. Find your way into the secret room.
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? Not 3?
That's why it's called a soul bearer.
You sure we should be touching it?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
It does.
This
So
crab really reminds me of something.
That
I
little
know.
wooden toy we found?
yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to help us. I think I've seen it more recently.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I remember now. So in the children's book, look at its form. Look at its position here. Just like that. Okay.
Is that a crab?
It's got a
Also, crabs
So rotate this to go here. Open that up. Make it point that way. Just rotate that. Open that, and keep that closed and point it up a little bit. That's it. Yep. Easy puzzle.
What's this?
something somebody didn't want us to find.
A crossbow. That looks like it could hook up a metal rod and attach on a little rope.
What is it?
First,
an axe and some kind of hunting rifle mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there.
the crossbow.
Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Several pages have been ripped out, but a few remain. Fifth ambassador located, finally. Can't say I harbored any optimism, but still somehow disappointed. No better than the rest of them. Took my misted friend into the music room for experiments. It worked. Perhaps too well. The laboratory was another disappointment. All that effort? For what? He's even more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom. Nice view. It's been mostly cleaned out, but I have what I need. She got in. She was careful. Nothing was moved, but I know. It's time. You would think at first this is FREYA, but at the end, she got in. She was careful. Nothing was moved, but I know it's time. Time to murder her. Is what the murderer probably thought.
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3.
Yeah.
Dragon?
Snake?
Serpent.
Worm?
That's the one.
Yeah. Worm. Definitely worm. With a Y.
It's a wooden pinboard, hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
A large central sheet of paper has been pinned to it. 4 lines have been drawn from a gap in the center. A smaller sheet underneath features a drawing resembling the silhouette of a cloaked figure. On green paper, no less. Have we seen that green paper before?
Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
Yeah, the 5 eyes crossed out. And that's Mr. Remington. A photograph in a sturdy wooden frame. It's dusty and looks several years old. A brass plaque at the base of the frame reads, "The Ambassadors of Misted Mansion." The photo shows 2 women and 3 men wearing a variety of different styles of clothing. All 5 people have had their faces cruelly covered with black ink. Misted Mansion, Look at that scar. Look at his scars. Interesting. Interesting indeed.
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
How many clues have we found? We found 9. There's 1 left to find.
Do those look like scratch marks to you? On the glass?
Yeah, they're on the inside.
That's probably not a good sign.
Some kind of fish and a bird skull, I guess?
If that's a bird skull, we're talking about a 15-foot bird here.
Well, how about we stop talking about it? Centipede? Millipede? How many legs has it got?
Too many.
Agreed.
They called this room a study?
What would you call it?
The secret death chamber of doom.
Fair enough.
That's a bookcase. It's mostly empty.
What a surprise.
Yeah.
An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes. But yeah, there's something.
Burnt items, not much more than a pile of dust and ash. Among the ashes are several black buttons. Red color scraps of fabric are still visible. And a feather.
Someone's been using this room.
And by the way, what have they been using to make the fire all pink? Very interesting.
I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion, but nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
Alright. This? Look at Freya's drawing. How interesting. And this up here? I'm actually forgetting what the other one was. I believe it would be the case file.
That
no.
doesn't seem right.
We need something that could attach to the pinboard.
That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top, with lines drawn on top of it.
Got it. I forgot. The photo of painting. Before we continue... Well, never mind then.
The painting from Freya's room and those sketches... Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else, someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
No.
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
Yes. Hawkshaw designed themselves based on Freya's nightmare. that took form in the shape of a painting. That is why, in her diary, she wrote, "It's back, in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting." They arrive and terrified Freya because of what it would be to her. It would cause her death. They were the death of her.
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them already.
We found them already.
This is the real thing.
I think that might attach the crossbow, but not this part of the crossbow.
Fine. Sorry, I meant the small lens. This is the real thingy. And finally, this is where the metal rod goes. And with that, the crossbow's complete.
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder
100%.
weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
The murder.
Time to solve this.
All right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
Above.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
And remember, we never found out who were the first set of calm and collective footsteps Felix heard that night. And they kind of forgot about it. But, yeah, it was a murder.
Wait, the arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope, doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless...
Freya was already lying on her back.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
She'd fallen unconscious.
She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
The gramophone.
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
There's something in the gramophone.
There's something in the gramophone.
Something small.
Like a beetle, perhaps.
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. Now, I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn it's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
I mean, the gramophone itself?
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the
And
pink
the
cassette
paint.
tape, and the gramophone itself.
All of them.
They all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration, enough to crack metal, enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
They protected themselves.
They protected themselves.
How?
With a set of earmuffs.
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah. What triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
Okay. Flora's Tower. Check the painting.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
Why is there a second flower pot? If it's even a flower pot.
I can see the stars. The plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look.
The one the ink dip loves to eat.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
She hadn't used the yellow at all.
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere
We
else.
found it somewhere else.
Look at the burnt items. Let's see what is contained in them.
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene and
Yep.
ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here.
It's in the unfinished painting.
It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder.
Yep.
If only she'd finished it, then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
Look at the brush and palette. Look at it. Look.
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
The yellow paint was going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window.
Yellow paint was going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
He's realized it too. Oh no.
There she is, our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did. But she's a very good listener.
Oh no. So, have you realized who it is yet,
Well,
ladies and
now.
gentlemen?
I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Who is Detective Hawkshaw? She's a fan of detective books. She loves the birds. And she's definitely very well acquainted with the tower. It's Penny.
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention? Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
Personally, I wanted to help her friends.
I wanted to help Freya's friends.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy. The volition to create something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
She's lonely.
I suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose, too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study.
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term, from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
The group photo.
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era, denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystics. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5, completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
The golden beetle.
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure, but I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
Ha! It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, Possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill FREYA?
Alright, now the will of FREYA Fellow, the finale. Where'd the bird go? Man. I hope it's not up to anything.
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
Yep, you painted her literal nightmare.
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened. Before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of her room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
Ah, shit. She got us. She got us good.
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope.
How do you know?
Because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of Tangle Tower. What did y'all think? I think it was very good. It's definitely my favorite out of the two to have released so far. However, like I said at the start of this Let's Play, we have the third game coming out this year, so who knows? That might become a new favorite. People have stated how, well, some people online stated how they don't really like the ending. Personally, I love it. Because the point of this game was to follow up the last game, showing, hey, there's fucking this association that was hunting down the cryptids, and then it showed the source of the cryptids, which was the lake in Tangle Tower, which is fucking cool. Oh, there it goes. And now Penny's still out there, and she's probably just gonna be in, maybe not in the next game. Definitely not the next game. Oh god. Oh, untangle the tower. Complete the game. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I got all the achievements. Alright. So, upon completing the game, you get access to the music player, or all the tracks in the music player. It's nice. You can hear all the tracks, all the themes. How many tracks are there? Yeah, 7, 21, that's it? Interesting. Isn't that such a cool thing though, how from the start if a person was abstract enough, they could see like, man, that kind of looks like Hawkshaw. Like, it does, look, Deathface, her hair, her robe. It's so cool. And finally, well, yeah, finally we have the art gallery here. Well, there's a lot to go over, so we'll do that in a bonus video. We'll do a quick bonus video going through the art, and I do want to try one last thing in the game. So I'll do a short, like, little video going over little trivia of the game. I think that could be interesting. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that'll be it for this Let's Play. Thank you for joining and watching, and this was just really fun. Please buy the game, and please wishlist the third game. Because holy shit, that's gonna be really good. I had a blast replaying this. I genuinely forgot most of it until about a sixth of the way through. I'm like, oh yeah, that's what happened. Well, until next time, ladies and gentlemen, I hope to see you all then.